1 2. Mic 1 2. Mic 1 2. Mic. Mic 1 2. Mic 1 2. Mic 1 2. Mic.
and also the session on emerging technologies and innovation, as well as the sessions that were held at the Youth IGF. So on this note, I would like to call on Mariam to please give us a recap of the Youth IGF sessions yesterday, please.
Hi, good morning. I hope everyone had a good IGF yesterday, both the youth and the main IGF. And I would just give a recap of what went down in the press room two when we had our youth IGF, the youth track. We began by reflecting on the fact that technology is rapidly growing and changing our world. And as young people, we have the collective responsibility to shape its direction. Our discussions yesterday focus on how we can leverage emerging technologies to create a more inclusive society and how we can bridge the digital divide in the Gambia. We had two main panels. The first was Closing the Digital Divide, and during this panel, participants discussed the barriers to internet access, especially in rural areas, including the expensive cost of data, social media evolution, discrimination in the cyberspace, and lack of understanding of trending issues. The panelists also emphasized on the importance of creating awareness through advocacy and having conversations with young people in rural areas. It was also suggested that stakeholders work together to advocate for cheaper tariffs and improve internet connection in remote areas. In discussing the digital divide, panelists Bintu Jete from Article 19, Lamin Kefate from the Gambia Federation of the Disabled, and Lamin Sane from the regional chairman from West Coast Region, they highlighted the challenges faced by persons with disabilities in accessing ICT, including the marginalization and affordability issues. It was also suggested that infrastructure and emerging technologies should be made inclusive and that the government should do more to empower people with disabilities. The use of progressive terms to address persons with disabilities was also emphasized, and overall, the panel emphasized the collective responsibility of stakeholders in bridging the digital divide and ensuring equal access to internet and digital technologies for everyone. Our second panel was called Youth-Led Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Digital Era. And this panel had speakers who were very experienced in the field. We had Kumbale from Table Pay, sorry. I always mix up the name, but Table Pay. And we had Babukar Njai as well from Outboost Media. And our last speaker was Omar Cham from the National Youth Parliament. This panel discussed various emerging technologies that young people are and should be involved in. The speakers emphasized the importance of using data ethically and avoiding breaking data laws. They also talked about the sensitive nature of fintech, which deals with people's finances, and highlighted the importance of inclusive policies and regulations that uphold data privacy laws. The panelists noted that women tend to be more active users of fintech products and services compared to men, and emphasized the need to ensure that policies being designed are inclusive and mindful of youth-led innovations. They also highlighted the importance of consulting with young entrepreneurs in order to develop internet-related policies, as technical personnel are often non-participants in the field of digital governance and policy formulations. The panelists further went ahead and discussed the need to support and encourage young people to create technological solutions to address socioeconomic challenges in the Gambia. This can be achieved, of course, through sharing ideas, investing in proper research, building good relationships with people, and creating the right policies and legal frameworks that enable young people to afford and execute their ideas.
the importance of trust in cybersecurity. Addressing this topic, Mr. Salah stated that GMC SAT, an institution established by PIRA and the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, MOCDE, Okay. MOCDE, through recommendations given by ITU, is the focal point of contact in terms of incident response. But since its establishment, GMC-SAT has been faced with numerous issues relating to trust and proper awareness of its existence and mandate. For instance, incidents where an alert concerning the cybersecurity of a company is received by GMC-SAT, advice given to the company will not be taken seriously due to the lack of policy and awareness of its institutions' existence and mandate. Furthermore, in questions of GMC-SAT's establishment and existence as an institution under government, Mr. Amadou Nyang, Director of ICT from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, MOCDE, clarified that GMC-SAT was established through the right channels under PIRA, through the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, specifically because the ICT department under the ministry was not fully established. In addition, Mr. Salah further stated that policies were drafted and being sent to the cabinet for approval, stating that awareness will soon be created. The role of police in cybersecurity. Ms. Toure, in response to her institution's role in cybersecurity, highlighted that the police is very prepared, concerned, and also takes cybersecurity very seriously, and because of that, they plan to go digital. She also stated that as a digital institution and professional, the Gambia Police Force follows a chain of custody to maintain integrity and make sure that digital information which serves as evidence in court of law is admissible. Due to security reasons, Ms. Tudor decided not to give out examples of insights of her institution's operation, but also gave a key example in which the previous military coup in which the Gambia Police Force did their investigation, traced evidence through audio devices and submitted a report to the Office of the IGP and SIS, making sure that their operation was in line with the change of custody. She also stated that when it comes to cybersecurity and digital investigation, the Gambia Police Force is fully ready and follow due process. But yet, the issue is that at times, law are not in place to prosecute those found wanting. She also highlighted that before the establishment of the cybercrime unit, it used to be a challenge, but since then, they have now managed to tackle some issues related to cybercrime by going digital and establishing a safe and private software to make sure that people's data is well kept and protected. Stating that the cybercrime unit carry out their investigations and send reports to the prosecution's office, making sure that evidence is provided and justice served in court is the job of the prosecution at the public level. As an advocate addressing issues on online harassment, Ms. Annette Sambu of Shao Gambia stated that one of the problems they have as a society is lack of awareness by individuals in their communities. As an organization, trying to address issues on cyber harassment and bullying, Shao Gambia, through its trainings conducted, has realized that a lot of young ones, especially girls, are bullied online. Why? Because of the lack of awareness on what cyberbullying and harassment is all about. She also highlighted the need for more pressure to be placed on government, stating that protection starts with you, the individual. But the problem is, how much longer will they have to wait for the government and parliament to make sure that people are being held accountable for crimes against cyber? According to Ms. Sambu, case study reveals that 75% of girls are either victims or seen in the picture of cyber attacks, of cyber attacks, but the lack of awareness makes it difficult for them to realize that the level they are faced with. So the solution is awareness. From the Gambia police force was also asked whether about the preparedness of this force. In this, she said, the police is forced to establish from which one of them stated for digital, if there's any, in which Mrs. Ture replied, for security reasons, they can disclose what they can disclose evidence or give key examples, but one of them in which she
Okay, we'll now have coffee break for about 30 minutes, then we'll come back to have the fourth session back in the hall. So please just step outside. You can get your coupons for the coffee break. Thank you.
to information and digital rights. So the panel will be moderated by MOCDE S. Juve, the Secretary General of the Gambia Press Union. Mr. Juve, you can go on.
Good morning. I hope all my panelists are in already. Okay. I am MOCDE S. Juve. I am the Secretary General of the Gambia Press Union, and I'm also a freelance journalist with Bloomberg News. I would like to stand on existing protocols and to extend greetings to everyone here present, including members of the panel for this session on access to information and digital rights. It's a pleasure to moderate this session, which is a very important panel. Access to information is a right to seek, receive, and impart information held by public bodies. And it is also an integral part of the fundamental rights of freedom of expression, as recognized by Article 19 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. While digital rights refers to the rights that allow individuals to access, to use, to create, and to publish information, to access and use computers and other electronic devices on telecommunication networks. Digital rights are related to the protection and realization of existing human rights, including the right to privacy and freedom of expression in the context of digital technologies and the internet. The UN Human Rights Council had in 2012 and in 2014 and 2016 agreed that the same rights that people have offline that they enjoy online should also be protected online. And the council also went on to declare access to information or access to the internet as a human right. So this will form the basis of our discussion today for this session. And we will seek to indigenize these discussions, focusing on our local context and our realities in the Gambia. On that note, I would like to call on the panelists to come to the high table here. Mr. Demba Kande is a media specialist for Freedom House, the Gambia. Demba is also a journalist and has been in practice for a very long time and a researcher on media affairs. I would also like to call on Barrister Mohamed Bissou. Bissou is an expert on access to information legislation, and he actually participated in the drafting of the Access to Information Act 2021. He is here in his personal capacity as an expert on ATI, but he is also a senior lawyer at the Ministry of Justice. The third panelist that we will have is Mr. Aliou Badraso. He's the country coordinator for Give One project, and they have been working on a lot on issues related to digital rights and advocacy on net neutrality and creating digital literacy around the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. These are the panelists that we have today for this particular session. And we will just go straight because we're starting late for this session. And we'll start the discussion immediately. And I would like to throw a few questions to the panelists initially for them to discuss for each up to 3 minutes on these issues. And we'll start with Demba. And if you can kindly give us an overview of access to information and digital rights as it relates, especially to the rights of journalists, but extend that to the rights of Gambians.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Modu, and thank you for having me. overall, I think in terms of access to information, it's good to start with the fact that we have an access to information law passed by the National Assembly in July 2021 and assented through by the President in August of the same year. It's a very good law overall. It provides the basic requirements for accessing public information for everyone, Gambians and non-Gambians alike. I started to be corrected, but overall, it provides the legal framework for accessing public information. There's this notion that the law is not yet in effect because of the fact that the Information Commission that should be established under the law is not yet set up. But I think that's misunderstanding. The law is in effect since 2021, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I think a lot of interpretations are concerned. That's the foundation. Now, in terms of the legal framework, in terms of practice, the law set forward a lot of fundamental requirements, one of which is the need for what is referred to as proactive disclosure. And it's where public institutions and relevant private bodies are encouraged to share information that is of public interest to the population, even before they request for this information. At the very basic, we expect all public institutions and relevant private bodies to have functional websites where they disseminate information that is of interest to all of us, including journalists. Is this happening? Yes. To what extent? It's not. I mean, to some extent, yes, and it's not to the extent that we would love to see it happen. There are some few good examples of this within the public sector and a few in the private sector, but there is a lot more that needs to be done in terms of access to information. Or in terms of the digital rights framework in the Gambia, it's safe to say that if we compare to the 22 years of the Jammeh government, there's been a serious improvement in terms of the enjoyment of fundamental rights online and offline. Yes, most of you would know that under Jammeh, there used to be, massive numbers of people being arrested for merely expressing themselves offline and online. The numbers have gone down significantly on the Barrow or since 2017, but unfortunately, they have not disappeared completely. We still have, isolated cases. I say isolated. I mean, we still have a few cases of, arrest for expressions online. So which threatens the rights of individual users. We have issues around, data governance. We still have challenges in terms of the regulatory framework for data protection. There are efforts afoot, I know, and I'm sure Ali will talk about that in a bit more in terms of the regulatory framework, but there are still gaps in that area as well. Awesome. Thank you.
We will delve more into these issues. I would like to call on Barrister Mohamed Bissou. Demba did talk about aspects of the access to information law and the rights that is offered to Gambians. Can you give us a bit more detail on what the law is about?
Thank you, Modu. So the whole essence of access to information law is that it recognizes the fact that members of the public, that is Gambians and non-Gambians alike, have a right to access any information that is held by public. The definition is situations where even private entities that deal with in that context. So members of the public can walk in there and request for information. Of course, what the law also has done is that it has identified information that cannot be given out. For example, information relating to national security or international affairs and so on. But again, the law has clearly outlined the instances in which that information can be refused. So it's not. It tries to avoid a situation where government would just classify every information to say this information cannot be given out. But the law has given out a benchmark to say, well, this information can be given, that information cannot be given. But overall, even with that exemption, the act goes further to say, if giving out that information, which is, let's say it's national security, if it is in the interest of the public, then the information must be given out. So access to information law is about public interest at all times, because the rationale behind the legislation is that whatever information that government has, it belongs to the people. So if I own something like a bank, I have my money in a bank. If I go to the bank to get my money back, the bank has no business to tell me how I want to use my money. So that is what access to information is about. The information that government has, how citizens are going to use it, it's not the business of the government. You are not required to even provide a justification as to why you need a document. Let's say, for example, I walk into Ministry of Finance and tell them, I want to see your contracts that you have signed for 2021. The PS has no business to tell me. I mean, that is what the law is saying. The PS has no business to tell me, what are you going to do those contracts? What are you going to do with them? So it ensures that government is held accountable. Let's say, for example, the road construction that is ongoing right now. Citizens have a right to go and ask government, you said you were spending 10 million on this. We want to see the invoices. We want to see the contracts. We want to see the receipts, because at the end of the day, it's public funds, right? So that is what access to information the law talks about. And it has also anticipated the creation of an entity called the Information Commission. The Information Commission is responsible for enforcement of the law, but unfortunately it has not been established. So that is one of the challenges that we will discuss later on.
Thank you very much, Mr. So. And we'll discuss more about the role of the Information Commission and other aspects or rights that are provided for under the Access to Information Act. Mr. So, I'm coming to you, and your organization works a lot around advocacy centered around net neutrality. What is this idea, and how does it further the enjoyment of digital rights?
Thank you very much, Mr. Juve. Like you said, with the Given project, we've been doing this advocacy for some times now. I know we all remember during 2016, prior to 2016 presidential election, when we started having internet issues, people started downloading VPNs. I know still a lot of people struggle to understand what these things are, because it was something that was never heard of before, and then we just had internet shutdown prior to 2016, and then after that, we still continue to have network disruptions here and there due to excuses that comes out. The ACE cable is having issues here and there. So when you look at net neutrality, it's like no one should block any internet access to anyone based on their locations or status. But if you look around in the Gambia, sometimes you even within certain situations, you will have pockets where the internet is very slow. You move to other places. So it's incumbent upon ISP providers to provide equal access to everyone. And if you look at things in the Gambia, internet penetration is still very low compared to other countries. And this goes to also cost of internet in the country is very expensive. So when you look at if you look at access to information, like literally everything we used to do offline is now transferred online. So most of the informations that we access are basically online. And if you look at the law that we're talking about here, it's like asking government and other public institutions to have websites where the public can have access to information. So we have that intersection that the informations that we seeking are mostly available online, and it's easier to achieve to get those informations online. Demba talked about some of the issues when it comes to people giving out certain information online, and then the government is not happy with them. We still have some of those laws that are happening. And the good thing about the access to information law is it with issues relating to the official secret, and the one that was amended in, I think, 2008 or something. This law was there like more than 100 years ago, since the colonial days, which government has been using not to give information out. I remember when the president's food budget was out online, there was a lot of commotions about it. These are public information. It's not coming from the president's pocket. This is the taxpayers' money. And then if we didn't have an access to information law, this could be seen as a state secret that the person who leaked this information could be charged based on that 100-year-old law in the country. So I think it's a good news. It's like we have this law, and as time goes on, hopefully a lot of people will understand, a lot of public officials handling public information would know this law is here for the people, and then they would be respecting it.
Okay, yeah. So we go back to Demba, and you've worked a lot on issues around internet freedom, you know, and have actually made written for several years the state of internet freedom in the Gambia. You've briefly talked about this when you made your opening statement, but we'll just want you to elaborate more and compare what it was like previously and the current state of internet freedom, and where you have numbers also you can help with that.
Thank you. Overall, we can look at internet freedom on the three broad categories. One is access to internet. Under that, we look at how many people have access to internet, and certainly over the years, the numbers has gone up. Back in 2017, 2016, 2017, we had about 20 to 25% of the population on the internet. As of January 2023, that number is around 50 something, depending on which source you're looking at. If you look at it in Pura, they'll put it at 65 to 80% of the population, but that's a separate discussion. The point here is that there's been remarkable improvement in terms of access. Notwithstanding, an important component is the cost of internet. The Gambia is still one of the countries with the highest cost of internet in the sub-region. In policy, we are the cheapest country, or one of the cheapest in the sub-region, but in practice, it's really expensive. Even if you compare it to our immediate neighbor, what you will spend on internet maybe for one day would be equivalent to what someone in Senegal will spend on internet for a whole week. And there I say, the service, the quality of service is very, very different. Our internet speed is very bad, and you know the cost of electricity and all of that, cost of gadgets, all of that have a direct impact on the accessibility of the internet to the average person. Then we have the issue of legal protections. I talked about this a little bit earlier on, but another important component is the fact that in 2013, the President Jammeh amended the law to include very harsh punishments for freedom of expressions online, particularly, and this includes, imprisonment terms of up to 15 years and a $5 million fine and so on and so forth. However, in 2018, the Supreme Court, declared that ruling is unconstitutional. But I'm not a lawyer, and I'm glad we have a lawyer in the building, or we have some lawyers in the building. That law has not been repealed yet. The Supreme Court ruling is there, the amendments are there, and the Constitution. The Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional, but it's still in the law box. I don't know what that means, but I feel much safer if he removed it in the law box. A lot of other, regulatory frameworks. Now, if I move to violation of user rights specifically, which is the third category, I talked about the fact that in the past we had numbers, websites were blocked, over 30 websites in the Gambia were blocked. Now, luckily for us, we don't have any known website, especially in terms of websites that are focused on, serious public discourse blocked in the Gambia. In the past, Freedom newspaper, Gainako.com, and a lot of other, public interest websites were blocked, and including WhatsApp. And Barada talked about the fact that we had to use VPNs to have access to some of those platforms. Today, that doesn't exist. Notwithstanding, we still have, issues around violation of user rights for the fact that we have seen people have been prosecuted for sharing information on WhatsApp platforms. for quote unquote leaking public information and so on and so on. We've also seen threats of violence against these individual users. So this is kind of like a comparison between what used to obtain and what's happening now. So sort of my advice is that we need to be more vigilant and be more proactive in terms of demanding our individual user rights and demanding a more secure and safe open internet for everyone.
Thank you so much, Demba. And Mohammed, if you can elaborate a bit on that, when a law is declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, but it's still in our law books, what does the state have to do? And is it in any way, or can it in any way impede, people's access to the internet or people's rights to enjoy those freedoms? But then you can go on and speak about the local instruments that we have in the Gambia that promotes access to information and digital rights.
Just to address Demba's concern, the Supreme Court under our constitution is the only platform or the institution that is mandated to strike down any law that is unconstitutional. So when the Supreme Court does that, it means that law no longer exists, whether it's in the books or not. It doesn't exist. But what is expected is that ordinarily we expect the Ministry of Communication to go to the National Assembly and apply that particular provision be repealed. But that notwithstanding, the law has been struck down. It means no one can be charged for violating that provision because the law does not exist. So that is the effect of it. Now, on the second part of your question, the local instruments in Gambia, say legal instruments that deal with access to information. The first instrument is the Constitution. The Constitution has a provision on freedom of expression and access to information. But if you look at the provision of the Constitution, it's not as expansive as it is. It only says everyone has a right to freedom of expression, which also includes, of course, the right to receive information. That's where it stopped. But how information should be accessed, the manner in which it should be done, what is the time frame to receive information and who to receive information from is absent. So in 2021, we had the Access to Information Act, which is the second legal instrument on access to information. It's a more expansive provision of the Constitution dealing with access to information. So this law, like Demba said, there's a misconception around it. People said it's not in effect. No, but as of November 2021, the law came into effect. So there is no excuse to say access to information law is not in force. It is in force, right? So the access to information law is the main legislation, the key legislation on access to information in the Gambia. It outlines how one can access information from public bodies. It outlines the obligation on public bodies to ensure that information is accessed by members of the public. And the beauty about it is that it says members of the public. So it does not say Gambians. So it means Gambians and both Gambians and non-Gambians have a right to access information in the Gambia. In fact, that is the international standard. If you go to other countries, they limit the right to only citizens. But our law is among the top 10 in the world. Let me just say that. That is, the access to information law is among the top 10 in time when it comes to access to information, because there is a rating, international rating. So we're within the first 10. Again, you will find access to information in some legislations, but not very extensively. For example, in the National Environment and Management Act, which deals with environment, there's a provision which says everyone in the Gambia has a right to information as regards, the environment. That is important because, over the years, environmental challenges has become an issue, and it's still an issue in the Gambia, whether it is natural resources, including land, fisheries, mining, and so on. So it's a huge concern. So this law has been there since 1994. That is why for any environmental, any project that one does that has an impact on the environment, you are required to carry out an environmental impact assessment. And in that part, the members of the public have to be involved. But unfortunately, that has not been the case. For example, the road construction that is ongoing. You have compounds around this end. Have they been contacted? The dust, have you contacted them and talked to them about the impact of this project and the dust that is going to cause, the likely health effect? So that law is there, but how many of us are aware of it, right? So you have a lot of environmental issues. You go to Combo South and fish mills have been established. I mean, how are our people involved in the establishment of those fish meals? Because it's going to affect their livelihood. So those laws exist, but there is one thing having a law and another thing, the enforcement. So these are some of the legal local instruments that we have in the Gambia that we can rely on when it comes to access to information.
Thank you so much. And also, you may talk briefly about the Evidence Act. I think for some of us journalists, we use it to access company records at the registry. Yeah.
Well, now with the coming of the access to information law, you can access any information that is held by government officials, so far as it is not within the exemptions. But company records are public records. Without even losing the Access to Information Act, the Companies Act itself makes it a requirement that you can make a request for information. Of course, you need to pay a fee in doing so. I think you pay 500 to access those records. But it's not only limited to the Companies Act. Even the courts, you can go to a court. If you need a court record, you need a judgment, you can apply and it will be given to you. One thing is access, another thing is its availability. But one thing important that I need to highlight about access to information is that we all know Gambia has a problem with record keeping, but this law now has made an obligation on government institutions to keep their records in order. If you fail to do so, it's a crime, and the violation of which you are liable to pay $50,000. So money will be provided to institutions, and they have no excuse to say we don't have proper records management.
Thank you so much. Just Mr. So, before I come to you, a quick announcement. The owner of the vehicle number NBR 0798A is blocking someone who wants to leave. So you may please go and address that. NBR 0798A. Thank you so much. Mr. So, Demba did briefly talk about the cost of access to the internet. And I want to believe your organization also in your advocacy as part of net neutrality issues would deal with issues on the cost of the internet. Why is it so important that internet is affordable for the people?
Yesterday, we talked about this here, like how ICT is a serious development enabler for any serious country. The director spoke about like how even in the Gambia, one of the biggest tax-paying company is an ICT company. Like you talked about Nigeria, how ICT is bringing in more revenue than oil. So it's the same as Gambia. Like everything, like I said, we used to do offline is being transferred online. And now we've seen how the internet is just enabling access to information. And when the cost is high, people struggle with it. Like if you look at the purchasing power of Gambians, what is the basic salary in the country compared to the cost of internet in this country? It's well affordable. Like we talk about 1.5 gigabyte or whatever of like let's say one company is like 270 or 260. How many Gambians earn that in a day? And then we depend on the internet for literally everything. Even the grandmas in the village, they rely on WhatsApp group for information. Something would happen here, the next minute someone in Basse or even a remote village in the Gambia would have to rely on that. So if we don't have like access to cheaper internet or even affordability, accessibility, it's gonna be an issue because a lot of people will be deprived from the opportunities available online. Like yesterday, we talked about the realities that the COVID-19 exposed, because some of the private schools who could afford were still going to school, having access to online classes and everything. But majority of the Gambia go to the rural areas, they missed out on this opportunity. Like the unrealistic thing that we saw was the TV lectures that they were doing. We even saw the president miss out on a very important ECOWAS or AU meeting because of internet connectivity in the country. So if a president can struggle based on that, something that we didn't even foresee, how about the regular Gambians? But you know, there are so many components to this. Gambia, I think we rely mostly on the ACE cable, which every time they will tell us one of the fishing trawlers like caught it somewhere. So when you look at Senegal and other countries, they have access to a lot of cables. You know, I hope we can have more investment. Hopefully Gambia have a second cable, and then, you know, more investment where telcos, they reduce maybe tax, I don't know, that component, that they can have they can reach more Gambians, and then the internet can be cheaper and accessible to a lot of Gambians, because the opportunities online, they're just endless, that a lot of Gambians are missing out due to costs and accessibility.
Thank you so much for that. I think by now we must have laid the ground for the main theme and the idea that we're discussing today. And at this point, we are almost about half an hour into this session, and I would like to get some feedback from the floor in the form of questions and comment. So we'll take, I think, at most 4. When you are raising a question or a comment, you can please state your name and institution or designation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kadia Job, a student from St. Joseph, basically in grade 11. So the question I want to ask is for Mr. Demba. You said the Gambia has a high cost of internet. We all agree, right? So what are the plans going up to reduce the cost? We students are the ones suffering, or even work areas across the region. We spend a lot of money buying data to do assignment or researches, even though it's high in cost, but we keep on buying. For example, we all students mostly have like $100 a lunch or $75. If we buy an amount of credit like $50, it will not even stay long. To be honest, that $50 can be used for another thing more than internet. And for us students, we need justice for this, real. So what can you say about this? Yes.
Wow. What do I say? Justice for access to internet. Yeah. It's a very, very important question. Unfortunately, I can't speak to what the plans are. I can speak to what could be done in terms of helping reduce the cost of internet. One of those is cost of equipment, you know, in terms of facilities providing electricity, for instance. It's one thing, the infrastructure, and the other bit is, especially in terms of the infrastructure, we see a lot of the service providers, especially the GSM companies, which I assume many students rely on for internet, is the fact that each service provider builds their own infrastructure and maintains it. That's really expensive. So if they spend so much money on that, they'll have to transfer that cost to you and I, you know, as the final users. So one thing that could be done is what we refer to as cost sharing. So instead of Gamtel, Gamcell, QCell, AfriCell, and all the other service providers, each building their own towers and transmission centers, they could build one tower and then share the cost of maintaining it over time. That's one thing. And I think this is somehow provided for in the Information and Communication Act. I don't know to what extent they've, especially PURA, this falls broadly on the mandate of PURA. I don't know to what extent they have they work towards implementing this, but this is an important step in terms of helping reduce the cost of internet. The other bit is, I think this is, Gambia is a tax economy. There's a lot of taxes that are imposed on ICT services. And I think, as somebody mentioned, the government will tell you that the ICT subsector is the biggest contributor to the tax in this country as we speak. So I'm not saying this will reduce tax, but to think of how do we ensure that the tax collection that they're doing on ICTs does not have a direct impact on the cost on the average user, because as individuals, we're already paying so much taxes. We pay income tax, we pay all kind of taxes in this country. So that's another important thing. And certainly the cost is one thing. The other issue is also in terms of the quality of services. And there should be some form of monitoring in terms of, regulating the cost, but also monitoring of the cost of services. Because it's one thing to say that you should sell this paper for $1, say, is another thing to ensure that you're indeed selling this paper for $1, say. And that's something that the regulator or the regulatory body should also pay attention to in terms of enabling, lowering the cost of internet in the Gambia.
I think we need more cables. I don't know why we don't have Amadou again to talk about these things, how we're missing out on most of these opportunities, because Gambia, the main cable that we have is the ACE cable. When the ACE cable is down, I don't know whoever, I always joke about this, whoever is making commission from that deal, the orange, the backup is killing us. Like, we need more cables, but I know it's more like investment. The last time we had Sal here, was talking about, it's more like it's been run like a cartel. I think the government should be very serious when it comes to these things. We have all these Google and Facebook cables coming up to Senegal, and then we're missing out. We need to have this serious conversation and the right investment, because if not, it's just going up and up and up. And like all the things that Demba said are very important. Hopefully, someday we can have the political leadership to look into these things, to know the importance of all these things.
Quick one more. One is that as users, we should demand for quality services. It's not enough for us just to sit back and say, we want this, we want it. But let's come out. Justice for data or quality. We see people all over the world protesting. I'm not saying go out and destroy stuff, but let those in authority know that this is what we want. This is what we're demanding for. It's a basic things in a peaceful and very responsible manner. We can do that. If we put a lot of pressure on them, the cost of internet will likely go down. Thank you.
We'll take another question.
Okay. Thank you very much. I basically don't have a question. What I have is a recommendation to particularly to the high school students. Like my sister made mention of the high cost of internet. Yes, it's very true. But I will advise them, it's a recommendation to them, let them make use of our libraries, our national libraries, in terms of assignments. Back in the days when I was in grade 12, that was year 2012. Most of our assignments, we have to go to the library and read books to find out, to solve answer our assignment. Unlike today, calm down. Internet, I know internet is very important. We do our researches on the internet, but as a high school student, it's very key, it's very important. You go to the library, search for books, open books, read, and then get your assignments done. It's more effective and it gives quality education than going into the internet reading.
Please allow him. If you have counter questions, you can.
This is just a recommendation. I am not saying this is what's supposed to be done, but it's also important that you go to the library when you don't have internet.
Okay, we'll take another question.
Please, Mr. Chairman, you can choose from there. It's difficult to give. You decide who do we give.
The lady in scarf here, behind you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Awakebe, and I am an intern at the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. So I have a question to the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Information. Like, we all know that the internet is one of the most important tools that we use for getting information and connectivity. Like nowadays, we see youths, they're so much into the internet, like it can cause harm. And at some point, if you utilize it, it can cause good. So I have a question. The question is, what are some of the restriction that the government are taking so that our youths are not so much deep into the internet? Like, for example, the use of TikTok and other means. We can see that kids nowadays are so much into this TikTok that they're exposing themselves and all that. I'm not saying the government should ban TikTok, but there are some rules and restrictions that need to be taken so that we can limit ourselves and know how to use it and all that, so that we don't want our future leaders tomorrow to be like this, like how everything is going. Thank you very much.
I think any one of you in the panel can just discuss this question.
Well, for me as a lawyer, I mean, the use of internet is a matter of freedom of expression. You can only limit it if the law said it should be limited. And there are limits to exercising one's right to freedom of expression. When it comes to children, the primary responsibility is not the state, but the parents. Of course, the state has a duty to some extent. The state has a duty to some extent, but parents are the force to control and have an oversight over your children. Because even in law, if a parent fails in its responsibility towards a child, that particular parent can be charged for neglecting your child. So children using internet, I mean, that is something that parents really have to take care of. Government cannot come and limit your right to enjoy internet, because the moment you do so, people will start saying our government has been dictatorial. I mean, that's the history we've had for the past, during the Jammeh regime, and that was bad for us, right? But so the responsibility for me, in my personal view, not saying that is the government's position, but I'm saying, in my view, parents have to take that obligation to ensure that they have that oversight, I mean, towards their children with the use of internet. But if government wants to restrict the use of TikTok, the following day you would see that people will sue government to court, but they can't, because the law allows everyone to enjoy that level of freedom of expression.
I agree with everything that you said. In addition, I think there's also need for sensitization. We need to do a lot more. I know that Kifuan and a lot of other CSOs are working in this area. So it's not just government, but CSOs and other, individuals, the media, and everybody should focus on this. Education, there's necessity to focus on education, and there's need for us to bring in ICT at a very early level in terms of the education system. And last but not the least, service providers should be encouraged to provide built-in safety protocols for most of the services and products that we use. And that, again, is an issue that we as users must recognize and push for, because some of those things are not served on a silver platter. We have to ask for them. Thank you.
Good. We'll take another question. From that end, the man with the
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I am Alhaji Mane, a professional development coach at Smart Consultancy Firm. So the question I have basically could be answered by any of the three gentlemen we have on the panel. We all know that there are policies with regards to access to information, but not everybody understands these policies. So my question is, what are some of the mechanisms that are in place to ensure people clearly understand these policies, especially at the local community level, where our local languages could be used to ensure everybody, even the grandmothers, understand some of these laws. So what are some of the mechanisms placed to ensure it is being understood by everyone? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think Gambia Press Union, I mean, being the forerunners in the coming of this, in promoting access to information, have started advocacy programs. I was just talking to Juve not long ago. They have programs that would would enable them to go to the provinces to discuss with the people. Because I remember when the whole conversation started, there was a caravan that went around the country to talk to the people about access to information. And it was really welcoming. So conversations are still ongoing. GPU has radio programs that are ongoing in relation to access to information. But it's also our collective responsibility, especially some of us who are educated and we have our parents home. We need to bring these issues to them, to tell them that they have access, they have a right to access information. For example, if you go to Sierra, that's where I'm from, they're telling us they're fixing our rice fields for the past 6 years. Our people don't even know what these projects are about. They don't even have access to the information. They're not even touching those rice fields, 6 years and on. So adequately, our people are not even aware of what is happening. They've been stopped to go to their rice fields. Nothing is happening in their rice fields, and they don't even know who this project contractor is, and everything is at a standstill. So imagine if they have access to information. We're asking the Minister of Agriculture, why is the money that you said you're pumping into these rice fields? So again, we need to take these conversations back to our houses and discuss with our people, because certainly the concept we have in the Gambia, and that is a problem that we have to recognize with access to information, is that we always think Mansakunda is right. Whatever Mansakunda means, Tonyat, right? But that is a mindset we need to change, right? Because if the moment they're hiding information from you, it means they're hiding something that they're doing wrong. But if you freely give out information, what harm will it do to you? I mean, as a government or as an institution. So us, the young people, need to lead that conversation. We need to lead the change and make our people understand that you have a right to know whatever is being done in your village. I mean, for me, I think that is the way forward.
And I think another problem that access to information helps solve is this fake news that we see all over the place. Because if there's a blockage of information, obviously it gives rise to misinformation and there's fake news. What Mr. So said, like, it's important that everyone takes that personal leading role in your own capacity. I know CSOs are doing it, GPU is taking a lead on that, but it's not the job of GPU alone. It's like every one of us, and I believe we should all be those actors. Because, for instance, right now you look around, even government, they do these things. They create this misinformation here and there. But when citizens are informed, you counter them, they come and say, oh, it was misquoted and things like that. But because if citizens don't know, anybody that it favors without integrity would always use it to their advantage. And this would be at the detriment of society.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you. We know a lot of people want to ask questions, but we'll come back to you. But very quickly, back to the panel. And we can talk briefly about this for the sake of time. Demba, Ali, we just talked about the issue of fake news. Why is access to information so important, and how can we use it to address the issue of misinformation, disinformation, and even to an extent malinformation?
That's a very important one. Because of lack of information, people then, this kind of an environment will allow rumors to thrive. And very often we see, what we see is, hearsay. But if, for instance, we, on our individual and institutional responsibilities, actively try to implement what the access to information law recommends, which is proactively disclose information of public interest to the population, then there's no room for doubt. There's no room for rumors, and as a result, it sort of creates sort of an environment where people have access to all the information that they need, or if not most of the information that they need. And the principle of openness, the principle of, being accountable and responsible also demands that when people come to your office and request for public information, that you're ready and willing to share that information. It is only the absence of that will create an environment where people will start, speculating. I mean, we're all familiar with, the Wednesday news of a particular, platform that, thrives a lot on rumors very often. But, this is also sometimes meant to push, public institutions particularly to come out and clarify and provide more information to the population. And this, in a way, helps improve the information landscape in a way that will reduce misinformation, malinformation, but also create quality content for individuals, especially the population, to make informed decisions.
Barrister, I would want you to talk about access to information in relation to social and economic rights, whether it's right to health or those related rights. How does our own law helps in the enjoyment of these rights?
With our current law, every information that government has is subject to access to information, except of course the exceptions. For example, I gave issues about national security. And what is national security? Issues about our military tactics, how military operations are conducted, issues about investigation of crimes, issues about cabinet discussions, personal information. Of course, my health information cannot be subject of access to information. But in terms of promoting social rights, for example, let's assume that a government institution says, I'm going to start a budget to build a hospital. The project that is approved is $5 million. The contractor goes and constructs that hospital. And even you as a non-contractor, you look at the building and say, well, this is even 500,000 is not spent on this building. It happens in some government projects. Access to information would give the members of that community to now ask the Ministry of Health, for example, to say, can you give us the contract? In fact, we want to see the contract. We want to see the invoices. We want to see the materials that you've bought. We want to see the BOQ. So you are able to look at these documents and assess, right? To see whether, in fact, this $5 million that was approved by National Assembly for the project has been spent well or not. So it's a measure of curbing corruption, because then you would know, oh, we've given these people 5 million, but they only spent 500,000. Where is the remaining 4.5? So it provides that basis for people to now look at government to say whether they are transparent or not. So your public funds will be spent accordingly, because that officer who knows that if I am if I don't do it right, the public will come and say this man is corrupt. Nobody would do it. So the country would really go on a right direction.
Ali, you can speak to us about creating awareness on digital rights, which your organization has been working on. But what more could be done to ensure that the Gambian population or residents of the Gambia are very much aware of these rights?
I think everything starts from the bottom up. If you want it to be successful, we have various approaches, but our education system to start with, sometimes it's easy to build children than orient elderly people. So when we include this digital right education, school curriculum from an early age, it will definitely help solve a lot of problems in this country. If you see digital literacy is very low here, we just get consumed in these gadgets and everything at a certain age because we need it. But if we start having computer literacies from an early age, how many schools have computer labs in this country? Like you see, like a grown-up will go finish high school and they'll be like, I'm going to study computer for 3 months. Like, what for? This thing should have, like, kids, you go to other countries, kids use these gadgets as early as when they just start walking or talking. So our government should definitely look into this. I know private sectors are trying to do their best. In fact, if you look at most of the institutions available are private owned, but the government should be serious when we want to talk about development. I know all these nice things that they promise us about certain policies that we're doing, certain development agendas we're doing, but is that the
Thank you so much for that. We go back to the floor. We have 10 minutes left, and the panel wouldn't have an opportunity to make closing statements. I will give this to the audience. We'll take more questions here.
Thank you.
We can, if we are making a comment, we can keep it very short and a question straight to the point.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aju Olisamba, and my question is that as we rely more and more on technology and communication and access to information, the need for meaningful connectivity and digital rights protection becomes increasingly present with the rise of artificial intelligence and big data that is happening around the world. And we do not have these laws in place. And we have been having these same conversations every single time we're in these gatherings with regards to the data privacy bill and all the new innovations that are happening. My question is to council, to whose mercy are we at if some of these issues are happening? The police do not understand, the government is being slow. To whose mercy are we at?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly the criminals, because they would go after you. They would go and yeah, they certainly would do whatever they would, because they know there is no law in place. But for me, I throw back the question to civil society. You don't need to wait for government to bring laws. We've seen GPU did it with the access to information law. Government was reluctant. I mean, of course, internationally, they went and said, oh, to their international partners, we'll bring this law, but they dragged their feet. GPU came and said, look, here is a draft, take it. Government was forced to accept it. It went to National Assembly and it got an A+. So civil society should also, we can have these engagements, they're important, but we must take a proactive responsibility, because the introduction of a law is yes, that's government's primary responsibility, but there's nothing that stops you from drafting your law, use your donor partners to force government, and the government accept it. So if we want to rely on government 100%, they have other things that they're worried about, but not issues about technology. We all know, we've all admitted since yesterday that we have a problem with that understanding. So the institutions, private, I mean, CSOs that are involved in this business really need to take things seriously. The conversation can continue, but we need concrete steps to ensure that these laws come into effect. If not, we are all at stake. We all have monies in banks. I know of an instance, because I'm a prosecutor, where one of our top lawyers, 1 million was taken from her account, just like that. What can you do about it? Nothing.
Thank you so much. We'll take a question from those participants who are joining us online.
Can I speak?
It's not available.
Can I
yes,
speak?
You can go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Consulate speaking for the record. Is just a contribution here in regards to the question.
Anyone online who want to contribute to the discussion or ask a question?
I was contributing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
While we try to fix that technicality, we can go back to the floor here. And do we have any more questions? Yes, you wanted to ask a question earlier? Okay. Yes, please, you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Bampia. My question is going to you, Mr. Demba. To my notice, it's been brought that GRTS, the Gambia First Radio and Television Service, has stopped covering industrial actions like strikes and if they are not going to cover this kind of news, how are people going to know what are we facing? Because if we can protest and it's not been published, then how are many going to know about it? And I believe GRTS, this is a news station that our grandparents, old people, Gambia at while listening to before QTV come.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Demba, you may respond.
Thank you. Yes, I saw the memo myself, that there was a memo on GRTS saying they will not cover any industrial action. I have to say that that was under an old management, or a management that no longer exists. now, but if it is so, it's really bad. I hope that that decision is reversed as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much. We'll take a question online from participants online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
You can hear me. Okay. Good afternoon from my end. Good morning to you all. I just wanted to make a contribution. It's not a question. It's in regards to the young lady that asked a question related to restrictions on internet and stuff like that. I just wanted to say, based on the principle of openness, since the internet was created, and aligning with the vision of the Internet Society that builds up these things. The internet is open and is globally connected and secure and trustworthy. So when you look at those principles, I think you'll discover that it starts with you when it comes to self-regulation. So I'll give you an example. We shouldn't see any school having an open-ended internet because it's a public school, so there should be firewalls and restrictions on accessing certain features and stuff like that, whether it's pornography and other issues. And same thing too should apply to other agencies. So it's having policies in place. And I want people to look at the globe. We have always self-regulated. If you look at back in the days when we had a lot of magazines, people were not doing a lot of stuff online. You will discover that you go to any major supermarket in the world and you were interested in buying an adult magazine, they were always in the top shelf. So kids couldn't pick them and everything. Even today in TV with cable TV all over, there are restrictions that you do parental control. That's why the lawyer that spoke really said it rightly. It starts with the parents. So we have to understand that what might be good for one might be bad for the other. So the internet is there, and we should know that within safe spaces of certain communities, schools, and certain entities, it's left for those institutions to put those regulations in place. That was my little contribution. Thank you, and good session indeed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We still have 2 minutes, and we can still take one more question from the floor. Someone at the back over there.
Yes, my name is Omar Mbu. I'm a mental health activist advocate and environmental activist advocate. So my question will go to the Freedom House regard to the accessible information. So are they also concerning those who are mental health and also those who cannot see their eyes?
Yeah, thank you so much. Demba, you may speak too.
Yeah, I will speak. I'll allow the lawyer to respond in a bit, but generally, I don't know. Freedom House, we focus a lot on governance, democracy, human rights, and broadly speaking, coverage covers all human rights and does not provide for any discrimination based on anything, including minority rights. If we connect this to the issue of right to access of information, our access to information law is very, very progressive in that sense as well. It makes provisions for, people who are hard of hearing, people, blind, and so on and so forth. They're all provided for, and because in the sense that if you request for access, for instance, to a public institution, you can request for access in a format that is suitable to you, or that is, that you require. So if, for instance, my grandmother in the village who cannot read or write could request for a document and I'd say that record it in Polar for me or record it in a language that I will understand and send it to me in a WhatsApp audio or something like that. But I think maybe you can elaborate more on that.
You're right. In fact, what the law has done is to create the office of what you call information officer. It is the responsibility of the information officer to provide that assistance to someone with special needs. So it's the obligation on the public institution to provide that information. If I need the information in audio, it has to be given to me in audio. If I need it as email, it should be given to me as email. So the choice is of the requester, right? So, but the law has provided that safeguard for persons with disability or anyone with special needs.
Thank you so much to our great panelists and to you, the audience. I think this brings us to the end of this session, and thank you very much for the discussions.
Thank you so much to all our former panelists who were part of this session. Let's give them a round of applause once again. We'll now have the next panel discussion on universal access and meaningful connectivity, which will be moderated by Amadou Eba. Amadou, please come forward.
Thank you, Madeleine. Good afternoon. So we're going to have a very, very important panel discussion, which is universal access and meaningful connectivity. I think for the past 2 days, we have been talking about this in different panels, but today we will talk about it in details in this very, very important panel. And part of the panel, we're going to have CD Bensouda, the CEO of Insys Global. Can we put a round of applause for CD, please? And we will have a representative from the Gambia Competitive Commission and Consumer Protection, GCCPC. Can we have Mr. Babukar Sise? Let's put a round of applause for him. Unfortunately, we're supposed to have Gamtel and Pura in the panel, and we will have Dauda from the GMC SAD, who's supposed to step in for Pura. So we have the GCCPC guys, and also we have CD Bensouda. CD was the president of the Gambia Information Technology Association, ITAC, who handed over to Biran as the president of ITAC. And he have extensive experience when you come in terms of ICT ecosystem in the Gambia. These are people that groom us up, and we look up to them as our mentors in the ecosystem. And I believe we're going to have a very, very interesting and engaging panel here. CD is the CEO of INSYS Global. Those of you who probably don't know INSYS is an ISP that is doing extremely well into the market. I think it's one of the youngest ISPs that has gone as far as up to Basse to provide internet access to homes and also schools as far as the internet ecosystem is concerned. So GCCPC, Mr. Babukar, they're more of protecting consumer rights. If we have issues, you buy something from the shop and you return it the following day and the shopkeeper refused to take it back. These people, their office is responsible for that to ensure they stand for the consumers. So to start with, universal access and meaningful connectivity. My first question will go to CD as the CEO of INSYS Global and also a member of the Serekunda Internet Exchange, 6P. CD, universal access and meaningful connectivity. What do you think is happening coming from the ISP? Are we really on track as far as universal access is concerned and connectivity in the Gambia?
Okay, all right. I think it's still good afternoon. Huh? Yes. Thank you for having me and thank you for the warm introduction. Just a quick point of correction. I'm actually the CEO of INSYSnet, which is part of a group. INSYS Global is a software company, and it's actually the CEO is Dr. George Ondu Tambedu, who I think some of you have already met or may have engaged with in the past. Now, INSYSnet's primary focus is on providing internet connectivity, and it was a spin-off from INSYS Global, which provides cloud services. Now, but also a point of correction, our primary focus right now is the GBA, which is Banjul, Bilkama, and KMC. Now, going back to your question, are we on track to provide universal access? Yes and no. I think that I don't know what the average age here is, but I think it's quite young. But in 2016, post the dictatorship era, there was pre-dictatorship, there was a lot of restriction on internet access. And the ACE consortium, the ACE submarine cable was founded during a dictatorship. And as a consequence of that, the primary goal in a lot of ways was not achieved, which actually one of the focus of the World Bank investing funds into the ACE submarine cable was to allow for universal access. But unfortunately, it was conceived and deployed as a very close group. Post 2016, specifically led by our entry into the market, because we entered the market in 2016, 2017, we worked a lot with the regulator to actually break this monopoly on the ACE submarine system, which is the primary internet gateway for Gambia. And this was successfully achieved in 2018, when for the first time, other new ISPs or new operators would be allowed to access the ACE submarine system at more or less the same rates as other operators. And in 2018, I don't know if a lot of you have realized, but in 2018, internet prices actually came down quite drastically in around August of 2018. Prior to that, the cheapest internet package you could get was around 1 megabit per second for around $4,000 per month. That was the prevailing internet package pre-2018 of August. Post-2018, the cheapest internet tariff became 5 meg for $2,500 a month. So there was a dramatic change in terms of internet prices. And since then, they've continued to come down. Now, there's still quite a lot of challenges, one of them being that and there are a couple, and I think we can discuss them over the course of this conversation. But and these are real conversations that we need to have. One of them is the cost of infrastructure. A typical base station that you see would cost roughly close to $2 million to actually deploy a base station. So those antennas that you see are actually very expensive to deploy. Now imagine if you're supposed to have 100 antennas to cover the length and breadth of the country. That's a lot of money, right? That's, I mean, roughly 200 million, right? Now, on top of that, these base stations actually have wear and tear over time. So there's a cost to actually maintaining that infrastructure. Now, this aside, you then have the upstream, the ACE capacity, et cetera, the international transit capacity that all have to be paid, a lot of it in foreign currency for internet connectivity to remain consistent. Now, this cost has to be put in by somebody. Now, that somebody obviously has to have a return on investment. Now, this return on investment is important for two things. One, you need to be able to repair. Two, you need to be able to upgrade. Four, you need to be able to add, right? But obviously, they're also expecting some kind of return at the end of it. So that's one key issue. The second is that there is still to date quite a bit of government intervention in the telecom space. Now, this does have a negative, ultimately, it does have a net negative consequence. Now, let's take an example. Government does own a significant or 100% stake in the biggest operator in the Gambia, which is Gamtel. Now, Gamtel will say that our mandate is to be able to connect every Gambian to the internet. But to date, you find that most people do not connect through Gamtel to the internet. They prefer to connect through the private sector operators. Why? I bet you if I ask around this room, a lot of people will come up with different reasons why. And those reasons are all quite valid. But you find that when state enterprise is involved in a certain enterprise, right, it ultimately creates problem. A good example is recently NAREC. I mean, NAREC has increased tariffs. Everybody in this room is saying, give us a justification for why. NAREC is saying, if we don't do it, we're going to run out of money and we will not be able to supply electricity. But at its core, there's an issue of efficiency. Private sector enterprise is always going to find a way to cut costs, improve efficiency, improve productivity to be able to make a profit. In that process, what also happens is that there's greater efficiency and better service delivery, and there's healthy competition. Now, when government interferes, right, and they now create an imbalance. Now, let's go back to the case of Gamtel, right? Government has placed certain restrictions. Government says that only Gamtel can provide fiber. That's actually a restriction right now. INET can't run fiber. We have to use Gamtel infrastructure. That means that now the market has become skewed to one degree because there's participation in that sector by the non-commercial participation in that sector. Now, I mean, Gamtel will say, but we are trying to connect every Gambian, right? Does that really work over the long term? For 55 years, that has been done, yet the majority of Gambians still prefer to use a private operator. So you find that market forces have to be allowed to dictate how the sector will work and make sure that value is being taken where there is demand. Now, going back to my question, if I build a base station, right, in a community where only 10 people can access, will that base station ever generate a return on investment? No, right? But what will actually happen is that that base station, the base station I deploy in Dipakunda will actually be subsidizing the base station that I built in a small village in Dar es Salaam, exactly, right? That creates a problem. I deploy resources and somebody else pays for the cost. So in other words, it's not that we should not connect Dar es Salaam, it's that we need to look at a more innovative way that allows us to meet the market demand, which is much smaller in Dar es Salaam, and focus capital resources in an area where it's needed, but also managing and maintaining cost, right? But also because government has seen that the biggest sector is telecom, right? The telecom sector, not ICT. Now we must be careful here. When government says that the biggest company in Gambia is an ICT, and I would like us to touch on this later, they're referring to a very, very small subset, which is telecom, right? But you have to understand that telecom is a utility. Our demand for communication is similar to our demand for electricity and our demand for water. So in other words, the bigger government now places additional taxes, right, in this sector. What are they doing? They are taxing not the value-added industry, but rather they are taxing our subsistence, right? Our day-to-day need to survive is what is being taxed. And this is something that has to be reviewed. What how much taxes can government place on one industry simply and it's the biggest, not because it should be the biggest, but it is the biggest because we depend on it, right, to survive. And I think these are some of the challenges that are impacting, right, open access and people's ability to get access to cheap and affordable internet.
Thank you, CD. You made mention of I think this is a very important introduction for everybody in the room to understand the situation that we are in as a country. He made mention of issues relating to infrastructure, which is very important for you to provide internet for people all the way in Brikama. You need a base station in Brikama, and you need to provide equipment. So all those things are cost. And part of the things that he made mention is also with regard to tax. I'll come back to CD again. Yes, we always hear this Gamtel government will say Gamtel is the only company that should roll out fiber as far as their core mandate is concerned. But also it becomes a concern for people. We saw some ISPs running fiber within the greater Banjul area. What is happening, CD?
I think that what's happening is that there is some contention within the industry. And I think that probably by the end of this year, a decision will be made either way. What I do know for now is that government has written to all of us saying that you cannot roll out fiber. And if you are rolling out fiber, you should stop. Now, obviously, there's a heated debate happening in terms of what does this actually mean, right? Now, ultimately, government's position is that we have invested. And again, this is the problem. Government took a loan from wherever they took a loan and invested a significant amount of money into fiber infrastructure, right? The argument at the time was that we want to be able to provide infrastructure for Gambians to be able to connect. But the total investment, as I understand it, was about $24 million, right? Now, if you actually now look at the capacity relative to the capital outlay, there's a disparity. So in other words, if I just goes back to the question, if I make an investment to deploy a base station in Dar es Salaam, I spend $2 million on a base station for 10 people to connect. That's only going to connect 10 people. What is my return on investment? Am I going to get my return in time to actually make a repair on that base station if it falls into disrepair? Now going back to this telecom investment of fiber. Investment is made of $24 million, at least that's what I recall, right? And now the demand is not there. You now need to give Gamtel more time. What do you say? Other operators decide to roll out fiber, you stop them and say, hey, no. You can't do this, because if you do this, Gamtel will never be able to get a return on investment, and it means that government now has to pay the loan. But now, if a private operator did that, meaning I as an individual went and made that investment, right? Nobody would care. It's my problem. I made a bad investment. But in this case now, what you find is that government with Gamtel made a bad investment. But instead of coming back and say, hey, we made a bad investment, right? And finding an alternative way, they say, no, we are now going to stop the economy to somehow find a way to get a return on this investment, right? But that is negative participation in a sector. And now it goes back to the issue of grant aid, right? Grant aid in itself, donor support in a lot of ways skews economic demand and supply, because you're getting access to cheap money, pumping it into an economy to create an artificial supply that the consumer is not ready for. And then now you create a problem, because now when we go to now try to pay, we now have to now dismantle or disrupt market forces, because without that, we cannot now pay for this donor aid. And that is where now we are stuck. So, and that is the push and pull happening, because if it had been private sector, we would not have deployed fiber in Dar es Salaam. We would have deployed radio in some places and put fiber in some places, right? Because that is what the market can afford. But the end goal is we need to be able to provide quality broadband to everybody. right? So that's what the private business would have been done. And that is why if you look at most mature markets, case in point, United States, right? You're not going to find US government investing in fiber. If you go to the UK, you're not going to find US government investing in 4G. You're not going to find a Gamcell, right? In the UK. You're not going to find a Gamtel in Europe, right? What you're going to find is a regulator supporting and working with private enterprise to be able to provide quality service, right? And the same thing would apply, for example, even to NORC, right? There needs to be competition. Right now, if I don't want to use NORC, where do I go? There is no choice, right? Nobody here has any choice but to use NORC, right? But let me tell you something interesting. I don't know if you guys were following Twitter, but about a month ago, Gamtel released a tweet saying that they were going to increase internet prices. Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
About 2 days later, they released another tweet saying that they've changed their mind. Why? Why did that happen? Because there's competition.
Yes.
If they did that, they would lose their customers. Now it increased by 40%, nothing. We all went and lined up to buy cash power the next day because there's no alternative. But today, if anyone went to Gamtel Nawek and said, government and said, I want to deploy my own power line, they would say no. But this is the problem. Government participation in enterprise that should be driven by private sector always skews the market, always creates a problem over the medium to long term, and it's not sustainable. And ultimately, this is the real conversation we need to have, right? Now, some people will say, but you are enriching some people. Others will say otherwise. But remember something. Innovation is what fuels growth, right? Today, we all hear about Elon Musk. They're going to space. They're building enterprise in space. It is not being, NASA was a government enterprise. They got to the moon and that was it. But now all of a sudden, there's enterprise in space because private individuals are innovating and finding opportunity. And that is the ecosystem that we want to encourage. We need to be able to move from a position where young Gambians are able to see opportunity and through innovation and know-how are able to tap into that. But this requires stepping back and allowing market forces to prevail. Now, obviously, in the process, people are going to become rich and so on, but that's the market. That's innovation, right? You try your luck, you succeed. If you don't succeed, you go get a job, right? But at least you knew that you tried, right? And you will live the rest of your life saying, shit, try on now. So but that's life. But then you see your fellow try and succeed, and that might encourage you to try again. And that is where we must move to. And that is what we must have the conversation with government that, look, exit private sector enterprise, allow market forces to play. It's going to be messy, right? We're all going to want it to be fixed in a day. But remember what I said. When we entered the market in 2018, internet prices came down, right? Because we worked with government to actually implement open access. And that was not a public sector-led initiative. It was a private individual, myself, taking advantage of an opportunity and pushing for that opportunity to be realized.
Thank you, CD. I will come back to you because I have a very, very important follow-up question with regard to the ecosystem. That is, as it stands, we have more than 8 ISPs in the Gambia, which we believe is good because it's going to promote competition. On the other way around, we also notice GSM companies are equally giving internet as the way the ISPs are doing. There is a problem in the ecosystem. I will give you a policy question. Where do you think something has gone wrong in terms of our policies to the extent the GSM companies that should stick to voice are now competing the ISPs in data? In fact, to the extent of not only providing internet on SIM cards, but also providing outdoors for customers in their homes to access internet. Where do you think the government get it wrong?
I mean, so, I mean, there's a conversions happening in the industry. Data, everything now is IP based, right? Whether it's voice or regular data consumption, it's all IP based. So ultimately, I think that there will, over the long term, government will not have a choice but to actually allow ISPs to also do voice. And that is actually what is prevalent in the rest of the world, because you're not, I mean, think about it. How many times, WhatsApp or your phone app, which one do you use the most now, right? You likely spend more time on WhatsApp and doing either voice calls or WhatsApp audio messages than you do spend on conventional voice calls. So you find that that market is going to decline over time, right? And it's one of the problems with Gamtel, because Gamtel built a business model on voice calls and international gateway. And I think all of you have heard that quite a bit. But then they woke up and one of the reasons the former president invested so much money in controlling the internet is because he wanted to block WhatsApp. The reason he wanted to block WhatsApp, and you saw this in during the Jane Commission, right? Was because he was making personally a lot of money from international call termination, right? But once they lifted the blocks, voice revenue dropped, right? So ultimately, I mean, I don't think that there is a policy issue in terms of allowing open access or GSMs and ISPs to be able to connect people. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to the ability to provide efficiency. What I think is happening is that the policy is still skewed towards protecting GSMs, because when you actually break down the conversation with government, they will tell you, you know, they're big revenue, they pay a lot of tax, so we need to protect. And again, it goes back to the question. We are in a very heavily taxed economy. Almost 100% of government revenue is based on tax. And so you find that as a consequence of that, right, all government policy initiatives are based on maximizing that tax revenue, right? And ultimately, that creates a problem, right? And I think when we come, the root cause of the root problem here is the issue of tax. Because government believes that the GSM operators are giving it most tax revenue, they want to somehow protect them, right? Because ISP, those don't pay as much in terms of licenses, because they don't have as big of a revenue base as the GSM operators. But ultimately, what should have actually happened, similar to the rest of the world, is that you should have one license. Your license should allow you to do voice and data, right? Now it's about you now getting the investment towards being able to make the right, to be able to now provide a better quality service, right? So in other words, the race should be one based on competence and your ability to deliver a better product, right? It should not be one that's based on government intervention to be able to protect one over the other, not in order to provide better quality service to the Gambian people, but rather to be able to ensure that they're able to maintain, maximize tax revenue, to be able to maintain the government apparatus. And I think that's really what's skewing where the policy problem is.
You know, as a service provider said, what is happening now, it's essentially going to affect the small ISPs, essentially that rely more on co-locations. And if the GSM companies are getting into providing internet to homes using outdoor CPEs, essentially they have more base stations from Carton to Koina, and they can provide internet access to any household. So essentially, that's going to minimize the capacity. That is going to minimize the expansion capacity of the smaller ISPs that rely on co-locations. Where do you think the other ISP stands that rely more on co-locations to provide access?
Okay, so I think I'll let my friend from consumer protection come in on this issue. But I think I don't think that that is going to have a significant impact. Like, okay, we don't see, at least at INET, we are not seeing that issue. I mean, our company has focused on being able to provide quality service, quality and reliable service. And over the medium to long term, that actually generates long-term dividend, in that the perception becomes that they have a better product and we should go. In fact, we do see from time to time that somebody would actually abandon even Gamtel fiber and subscribe with us. So in the medium to long term, we don't see that as an issue. However, there is a problem in the horizon, which is that there are actually 15 registered ISPs, not 7. There are 15. Now, out of the 15, only 7 or 8 are actually operating. But also, a lot of the ones operating are operating at a very small scale. Now, I remember once I was there was a Pura, a month ago, there was a Pura consultancy looking at market dominance and competition. And I asked a very important question to the consultant. I said, look, at what point does issuance of new licenses stop being a positive and start being a negative? Meaning that when I go to set up a GSM or I go to set up an ISP, you have to be able to show multiple things. One, you have to be able to show that you have the required capital to actually roll out infrastructure. You have to be able to provide a business plan, and you have to be able to provide a rollout plan showing how you're going to roll out your base station. In the absence of this, you should not be issued a license. But clearly something has happened, because Pura has issued 15 licenses, but only has 7 active operators. So there is a gap there in terms of Pura's due diligence on the licensees that is issuing. And now this creates a problem, because when I go to raise capital, the capital markets will tell me, here, your market is chaotic. You only have a population of 2 million, but you have 15 ISPs and 6 operators. It's too risky. I cannot give you capital. So you find that existing operators that are operating now have challenges, a new set of challenges, because from the outside, there's an overly congested market. But the reality of the matter is that not all of these are operating, and out of those that are operating, some are operating at such a small scale, right, that their impact is not felt in the market. So I think there consumer protection has to really come in and ask questions, which is, how do I protect the consumer in such an environment? And sometimes you actually have to restrict new entrants in the market, right, in order to allow existing entrants to provide better service. But also, are you actually working with the regulator to put the consumer interest first, or is government putting its need for money first, right? And in the telecom sector, we walk a very fine line. Like, you will sometimes come to the operator and say, I want better service, I want better this. But the reality of the matter is that the regulatory framework and some of the things you've already highlighted are being controlled or manipulated behind the scenes by government, because there's also that other flip side that you don't see, which is tax revenue. So maybe the consumer protection can help.
Thank you. We are coming to Babukar. Babukar has a lot to say. Babukar, looking at all these situations, a lot of things are happening as far as consumers or the end users are concerned. First, I would like to ask you, looking at the situations that are happening in the market, what is the stance of the GCCPC as far as the status quo is concerned?
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Firstly, I think we need to understand that the Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection has 2 main mandates. That is the competition mandate, which has already been introduced easily for me by my friend, CD. We also have the consumer protection mandate. So if you talk about looking at the current status quo, with our mandate, we have 2 mandates in this status quo. Is it the status quo of government dominance, or is it the status quo of consumer rights violation? Then I'll be able to answer adequately on what you want to know. On the competition issues, we all know of which I'm the director of competition at the commission. The Gambia operates a free market policy. And with the free market policy, the Competition Act is passed to make sure that the Competition Commission policed that free market economy. That is, as you rightly said, market forces. I think we have some economists here. Market forces determine prices within the market, not the visible hand of government trying to drive issues. With that, what the Commission has done is to make sure that blatant government interventions are stopped in a sense that, our rule as per the Competition Act, if you have access to the Competition Act, you can check Section 15I, is to advise government on issues that affect competition in this country. One intervention we made, as you rightly said, GAMTEL is 100% government owned. And with all the hypothesis that government took loan to help GAMTEL, sometime around 2019, or thereabout, if I get it right, government did introduce a directive that all MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies should source their internet from GAMTEL. What the Commission did was to issue an advice to indicate that this is anti-competitive, because GAMTEL has to compete. We don't use government power to give that to GAMTEL. If as Competition Commission, we feel that GAMTEL is competitive enough, is efficient, it's our choice to go for it. If we find INSIS or other ISPs too, it should be our choice to go for it, and this would force them to bring the quality of service we are looking for. That becomes it. In terms of consumer rights violations, or in terms of consumer concerns, one of the main consumer concerns is on the cost. I stand to be corrected, and thank God I have seen you here. What I do know is, I've not come across any study on the actual cost of data, and when I don't mean price, please. What it will cost them to produce, to serve us the internet we need market wide. I've not seen it. So and countrywide also, looking at different regions, because you don't focus the cost only on in the Greater Banjul area. When you go to different regions, it will give you different competition. So what the Commission is intended doing now is to conduct a market study in relation to the cost and other competition and consumer protection issues in this sector. In fact, it should have been up and running by now, but what stopped it is one of the consultancies that CEDU quoted, that Pura is correctly conducting, because the way we conduct market studies at the Commission is we do it with stakeholders. These are sector regulators and the private sector. So what we intended doing was to do it with the Digital Economy Ministry, Pura itself, Ministry of Finance, and then Central Bank and Ministry of Communication. This will give us, a detailed report on what the cost is and what are the drivers of this cost, and also to be able to answer the questions correctly to say whether the cost is fair. What stopped it, as I indicated, we found that Pura was running a consultancy. Now we're trying to see whether these two consultants, what you want to do and what they're doing will not be duplication of efforts. That is why we pause and we are trying to check, how is it called, the TOR of the consultancy as it rolls out. But on the GAMTEL issue, if you look at the way the market is, as Sido has rightly put it, there is an embargo on running the fiber. And running the fiber, it means GAMTEL is the only one that can run the fiber. But there is also another problem, which the Commission always highlight. The other problem is GAMTEL does not only have a monopoly over the fiber, but the private ISPs have to buy the wholesale from GAMTEL and also compete with GAMTEL at the retail level. So, for the Commission, this vertical integration is disturbing. I think that's what it's one reason why we even running this study to make sure that proper policy directives are there. For the monopoly, you don't ask a competition authority whether you are in support of a monopoly. In fact, competition authorities are meant to dismantle monopolies, and we believe that the monopoly of the fiber should be as soon as possible, if not even yesterday, be dismantled so that the market could operate. We have to understand one thing as a country, whether government or private citizenry, we cannot have it both. You cannot strangle an economy and expect the economy to grow. If I fondly said this, it is not the business of government to be in business. But if government chooses to be in business, it has to play by the rule books. What makes it difficult for the sector regulators is when you have to regulate the private sector or private providers and an SOE. Because in this country, sometimes, coming from competition background, I always say this, that sometimes we think it is the birthright of SOEs to be protected. What I do know, which might not be correct opinion to many, is government rules in terms of investment is to intervene into sectors where the private sector does not have the confidence to go in. Now, this is done in phases. When government comes in, what government does is, it is now trying to give that confidence to the private sector. And as the private sector is seeing the profit coming up, it could be in another form where government will do PPP to accompany the private sector. And with time, government will leave and set up a strong regulator. The resources invested here will now be invested in another area that will support private sector growth. So in short, what is the stance of the commission in all this? The stance of the commission is when it comes to monopoly, you could hardly, I cannot say you cannot, but you could hardly have any gain with monopolies, most especially when it becomes state-owned enterprises, because we all know when it comes to efficiency, the efficiency rate at SOE level in this country is very low compared to the private sector. So where there is enough private participation, I think government could assign strong regulators and allow the private sector to compete. This is our comment.
Mr. Sise, one very important challenge that most consumers complain in the Gambia, which you made mention and CD made mention in his statement, that is with regard to price. And essentially, we keep asking this question multiple times, several times. And I witnessed so many events where if you put this question to Pura, why is it that price in terms of data or even voice is not regulated, and Pura will sit back and say, we don't regulate price, we don't determine price for the service providers. And for us as consumers, we feel that's not fair, because everyone is pulling out a lot of money in order to enjoy mobile data. What is the position of the GCCPC in this?
Again, competition and price control. They don't work. Coming from competition point of view, in fact, I think for those who have been following the media, you know that I'm a strong advocate against price control. What we advocate for is prices to be competitive. Because when you control price, it has two disadvantages. The small operators, because you have to understand what we call economy of scale. The bigger operators, because they have a bigger clientele, they can be able to sustain it at an average. But the the MSMEs that are coming might not be able to fight that. So what you are saying is, anybody who cannot operate at this price, leave the market. So it's a barrier to entry. And you are now strengthening those big players. And you will get to a point, the monopoly we are now talking about will be in the hands of the private player. So what we should be interested in is, what are the drivers of these prices? Why is it that the cost of data on voice in this country is relatively expensive compared to our neighboring countries? This is what we look into, because sometimes, and let me quickly put this, whether it's ICT or other service and products in the market, anytime you say you call for price control, you are answering, you are alleging only one thing, that is the current price increment is as a result of greed by players, nothing else. But how about if the price movement is as a result of the current tariff increment by NAWEC? How about if it is as a result of taxes? How about if it's as a result of rentals? How about if it's as a result of importation? Who solves that? This is why I said, as I do know, for me, I've not seen a comprehensive study. So to call for price control, price regulation, when there is competition, he made mention of it. He said when they came in 2016 or 2017, if I got it right, you could see the prices going down. Why? Because those in the market, they felt competition coming from elsewhere. Our role as a competition commission, once we do this price, the cost assessment in any of these markets, and we see that there's a huge profit in the hands of the players, the next question we ask ourselves is, why is it that we don't have entrance in this market to force the prices down? For instance, let me give you this simple example. For those we are all from Konys, yeah? From streets. We know when there is an ebe seller on the street and everybody is queuing to buy the ebe, what do you see the next 2-3 days? Another one. You understand? That is competition. So if we see, and we don't operate anything different from this at the commission. When we see Sidu, I'm not saying that's what he's doing, sorry, please. But if we see him making a lot of profit as the cost structure we analyze, and we saw nobody coming in, we go into dismantle the barriers. So that you, he said, who have that capital to invest, you can come in and invest and compete him. He came as a young man and as an infant enterprise. And he competed against elderly people in terms of age, but also very strong enterprises and the trainer there. So for us, when it comes to price control, to regulate prices, we are not a good advocate for it, because we have to allow the market forces to determine, that is the demand and supply, to determine the prices in the market.
But Babakat, people can always say this again and say, you made mention of you're working on to have conduct an assessment to better understand the prices that the service providers are procuring this equipment. Honestly, I don't know how this assessment is going to be done, but the question can be, if you are to rely on the service providers to get the actual price of the equipments and the technologies that they roll out, do you think you will get the actual price to be provided to you by the service provider? I'll come to CD after your intervention on that as well.
I will be a fool and I should be sacked the following day if I should rely only on the private, on the service provider to give me the cost. Then I don't have your interest at heart. As the Competition Commission, which is the GCPC, is not a private entity; it's a government entity. When one beautiful thing about government is you have a lot of networks and you have a lot of powers. And if you are to do such things like this, one of the things you do is benchmarking. We've done this in different sectors of this economy. This is not the first assessment we want to do. But what we want to ascertain is whether the cost is what is driving the prices or is something else. Why are we interested in this? Sometimes the prices might even be driven by anti-competitive conduct. For instance, ISPs might choose to say we will not compete. We agree among ourselves to fix the prices, which is highly anti-competitive, which attracts fines. When it comes to the Competition Act, and sometimes you might even see prices going down, and consumers are clapping when the commission is saying no. And I know most of the consumers here will be like, what's wrong with the commission? Because what we need to understand is, I know when Mr. Bensouda comes, since he's the one feeling the pinch in terms of a private player, he will tell more. There are a lot of things that drive prices, but unless you understand it, you might be pointing the wrong blow, and what you will do will be a disservice to this sector. For instance, under 1 minute, if, for instance, we see ISPs and the cost of internet going down to $50, we'll all celebrate, right? If you ask me as a commission staff, I'll be concerned. It could be a predatory pricing. It could be a pricing that is set out there to send a competitor out. And once the competitor is out, they will jack the price back and recoup all that you've gained. So this is why you need to understand the trend. If you don't understand the trend and you just, consumers are complaining and you want to just jump to say stop it, you might be hurting the wrong person. That's my response.
Yeah, Babukar, okay, yes, CD.
The reason I want to just comment quickly, and just 30 seconds, and I'll go back out, I'll allow the conversation to continue, is, before the study, I know Babukar said that they're going to do a study, but I'm going to help him summarize the study today very quickly. All right. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to help him with this study very quickly. All right. Now, remember I said there are 15 registered ISPs. Only 7 are in operation. All of them were given a license in December of 2021. Right. Now, why haven't they gone into operation? Right. We should ask ourselves that question. Right. Second thing, right? If you actually look at poorer data on households, relatively only about 20% of Gambian households, roughly I estimate, actually it was 10% at the last study that I looked at, the 2022 study is not out, but I estimate it will be about 15 to 20% of Gambian households have internet broadband of some kind. That means that 80% don't have it, right? And I am sure that the primary reason is affordability. Now, why do you really think, right, that I, as a CEO of INET, don't want to take advantage of that, right? Because I know that the primary issue is cost. If we bring down the cost, the likelihood that these people will come on board, right, is very high, right? But yet I don't want to do that. I can't do that, right? And if the 15 operators, say there are 7 operators not operating, and not a single one wants to take advantage of this market. Why? Out of the 7 operators that exist, not a single one wants to take advantage of this market, right? You see, that should answer a lot of questions, right? And I repeat, right? Right now, the cheapest internet subscription you can get, right, I think is with us, and it's 2,300 a month for 4 Mbps. That's the cheapest internet package we have, and I think it's now the most popular one we have, right? That translates to roughly about what, $30 a month, right? It's never going to get cheaper than that. What will likely happen is that the amount of bandwidth that you're going to get is going to increase over time, right? As we deploy more and more base stations, right? We can now have sufficient capacity that instead of providing 4 Mbps, we can now give you 5, 6, maybe even 10 Mbps for the same price. But there are costs, and I'm just going to break this cost down systematically. Believe it or not, it's in my head for the most part, but I'll break this down for you, right? The first one, right, is the capital cost. You have to build the base station, and it's a sunk cost. Right? You make it cheaper, you're going to get problems. Why? You have to put in and build that base station. You have to get a return, because if you don't, base station, if it breaks down, you can't fix it, right? So you have to have a return on the base station. Now, you need to have manpower to maintain the base station. Now you have to buy fuel, right? To be able to fuel the cars and pay the salaries of people to maintain the base station. You have to train them. If you get under-trained people at the base station, they're going to cause more problems that they're going to solve. Then there's NAWEC. NAWEC just randomly decided that they're going to go, for you at the house, it's a 40% increase. For me, it's a 50%. INET is a 50% increase. Right? For commercial, they've increased it more than they have done for individuals, right? That cost comes back, right? Then now there's, believe it or not, the cost of roads. One of our biggest cost centers is vehicle repair, right? We are constantly repairing vehicles because these vehicles are constantly moving around to people's houses and they're getting damaged. What are the key things we have to repair? Shaft, bull joints, water mud getting into the turbocharger. It's weird things that you don't have to repair anywhere else in the world. But in Gambia, you're constantly making those repairs to your vehicles, right? And the cost continues. You now have international transit charges, right? Et cetera, et cetera. These are all costs that go into providing you internet connectivity. Then as a point of clarification, in 2018, as part of the ACE share, as part of access to ACE, government also, PURA, the regulator, also put price structures for access to Gamtel fiber. Now we have to make a distinction. There are two fiber networks at Gamtel. There's what is called the NBN, that's the fiber to the home. It's what Gamtel sells to individuals. Then there's what is called the Echo One. Maybe you've not heard of it, but this is now the ring, the fiber that is laid in Gambia. This is not used by individuals. This is used by the operators to connect our base stations, right? And sometimes you'll hear when they, especially when they were doing the road construction, when they were doing the road, when they were laying down the culverts on Bertil Harding Highway, they were cutting cables, and operators' networks were going down on a daily basis, right? Literally, they will cut it in the morning, they repair it, they cut it the following morning before the next day, right? But that fibering is what operators use to connect our base stations. That is the only thing today that we operators get from Gamcell. At ACE, we buy our own capacity. We don't use Gamtel at all. It is only that Echo One infrastructure that we have to buy from Gamtel, right? But there are problems. To date, we cannot sign an SLA with Gamtel. So meaning that if my cable goes down, I have to go and beg somebody and Gamtel to fix it. But I have no service contract, right? So what happens? I have to put up a radio network to support the fiber network as a backup. That is cost, additional capital cost, right? So you find that there's a lot of cost that goes into providing connectivity. But ultimately, if you compare anywhere to the world, right, $35 to $50 to $100 a month is where internet connectivity is. Recently, I heard that government was working with SpaceX, saying, oh, SpaceX is going to come to Gambia and internet prices will become cheaper. But the cheapest tariff SpaceX has is $100 a month. That's 5,000. That's what, 6,400 per month. Huh? I mean, that's more than some people's salary in Gambia. It's not going to happen. The reality of the matter is, right, that, I mean, where we are right now, we are at that point where incomes in Gambia are also very low. But the broader conversation on internet connectivity is also economics, right? More and more people over the past 10 years are falling into the poverty, below the poverty index. And this is not because salaries are coming down, but because there's pressure on the dollar, and the cost of the dollar is depreciating. So if you were earning $5,000 per month, that was $100 a month. Now it's about $80 a month, right? But still, you're consuming everything that is being paid for in dollars, right? So in people's minds, that okay, the internet prices is expensive. It's really not, right? If you compare it to anywhere in the world, feel free, go and check. At least I can speak for broadband internet service. The prices is equivalent to many places in the world, right? In fact, if you travel to Sierra Leone here and you use the internet, you come home, you will never talk about internet again, right? You will not, right? I mean, I promise you that, right? you find that Gambia is actually doing quite well in terms of quality of service and cost of internet. But what we are not doing well, right, is creating meaningful employment, right, for people to be able to afford basic utilities, right? So as a consequence of that, we are now, the mind is naturally switching and saying, "Lune kada fashion." And then our natural inclination is to blame the private sector, right? But we forget, right, that we import everything, right? We export nothing, right? And most of our jobs are skimming the poverty line simply because we are not creating industry, right? But instead, more and more, we are looking to tax the few places. But what happens when you don't export, when you don't produce? You tax the onions coming into the country, you tax the rice coming into the country, you tax the basics. So similarly, where does government tax, right? Internet, electricity, food imports. Those are what we tax. But those are the basics needed to survive. You understand? And I think that is where the conversation has to shift to. So I'm kind of moving a little bit here, but it's important that we understand that we really have to ask the right conversations, which is we need to really have conversations around, okay, employment opportunities, employment initiatives, right? Creating better employment, right, for our youth today. And the only way you can do that is by allowing the private sector to be bigger than government. So far as government is the bigger than private sector, which is what you have in Gambia, we are going to be sitting here having this conversation because for that government to operate, it is going to tax the private sector. It's kind of like you have a small monkey carrying a big gorilla and you're wondering when the monkey is about to die. And the gorilla is like, hey, go faster, right? But sorry, I mean, I can only take you so far before I have to drop you, right? And when I drop you, we all suffer, right? So, I mean, sorry, now I'm laughing because I can't get this image out of my head. But I think you get the point here, right?
Before you ask the question, I'm happy here this time I'm a consumer. I'm speaking as I'm happy he said it is he can speak of the broadband. When we say internet is expensive in the Gambia, me and my fellow young people, we mean our mobile phones, not the connection we have in our homes. In fact, that's the biggest luxury you can have, to say I have broadband in my house. Going to Senegal, I bought $200. I'm not saying safer. I mean $200. That's what I bought at Amdalai. I was in Senegal for 3 days. These $200 served me. I went back to Senegal. It served me. Luckily enough, I was on tour with the minister, going around the country. Anywhere I can have Orange network in the Gambia, it was still serving me. I mean, forget about the conversion. Those economists who are here don't convert anything. I mean, I use $200. I dare not put $200 on my phone. Do it. Get into YouTube and you see what will happen.
Okay. No. So no, but it's a valid point and point noted, right? But two things that you have to also consider, right, is that in Senegal, Orange knows that when you go home, right, you likely have access to broadband, right? So if they want to sell, right, they have to bring the prices within reason. Now, we actually notice a trend a lot with customers. Whenever a customer connects their home to internet, what they often tell us when we ask them is that our mobile usage goes down, because when I am at work, I have internet. When I go home, so in between, I manage because it's too expensive, right? But now the problem is that the broadband market is still trying to catch up. But then also the broadband market is facing limitations because the average Gambian can afford to buy $500 of credit and manage it for the month. But to have that fixed broadband on a monthly basis is difficult, right? I mean, and you find that in a lot of households that we serve, what actually happens is that it's actually a shared Wi-Fi. Now you'll have a customer call you and complain, and you look at their traffic graph and you see that they're using the entire in fact, it's 5 meg actually that we give you. They're using the entire 5 meg. And you say, but how many, but then you see how many people are connected to this. And you actually check and you see that there's like 20 people connected to one access point, right? And then everyone's complaining bitterly that it's too slow, right? And you say, but you need to increase, and you can see the look on the face completely change, right? What are you talking about? This is what we can afford on a monthly basis, right? So that is a problem, right? Is that affordability of if home broadband penetration can go up by an additional 40%. I am pretty certain that naturally mobile broadband services costs are going to come down. The reason they're going to come down is because it's demand and supply, because people now have an alternative in their homes. And where do you spend the most amount of time? Work home, right? That's where you spend, at least for me, I spend 80% of my time. The rest of the time I'm in transit. I'm either buying something or doing something for which I don't need internet. I might just need the occasional messages here and there, but I don't need it. So you find that, for me, I think that as more and more people get connected at home, right, naturally, the operators will be faced with no choice but for prices to come down. But that also said is that currently there are only 2 players in that market space, right? Even though there are 5 licensed GSM operators, there are only 2 active players in that market. Now, unless there is a third, right, it's going to be difficult again for prices to come down. But that also said, there are also challenges in the horizon. Like, for example, the issue of spectrum management, spectrum cost, the issue of levies. Believe it or not, in our sector, for ISPs, there's education levy, there's another levy, then there's not taxes, there's VAT, right? Every time you buy credit, telcos pay VAT, operators pay VAT. There's a corporate tax, right? There's a lot of, and then there's municipal taxes for the base stations and the offices that you have in the support branches. No, there's no. But there's a lot of taxes as well that are added. So if you actually look at it, you find that about 30% of what you're paying is actually going towards taxes as well. So there are conversations that need to be had about, and maybe the law that needs to be looked at is what is the maximum government can tax on basic services. And basic services are already defined in our human rights statutes, right? Which is, and I think internet recently has been added as one, right? So you find that for basic human rights, what is the maximum our government can tax, right? To allow prices to be reasonable, right? But so far as government sees that, okay, these are the state, this is the only place where the economy is generating. If you go to any bank, they will tell you, right? There are 3, the main businesses in Gambia that are doing well are what? Now, obviously, utilities. Well, I mean, they should be, right? But then it's food import, the importers. They're the only ones generating revenue. And then is what? Telecom, communication. Those are the only 3 businesses in Gambia, right? And when we come back now to the ICT ecosystem, and I've been there for a long time, all the software space, all the other spaces are having battery of challenges in order to gain hold in the Gambia and to export, except in ICT, these few spaces. So when government comes and says ICT is our biggest economic driver, yes, because the part of the ICT that is doing well is what? Telecom, the human right? And that is the problem. If I go to the US, the biggest ICT companies are not AT&T. They're not, right? They are the Amazons and the Google. They have nothing to do with telecom, right? So these are some of the conversations I think that we need to be having to better understand this. If you go to Senegal, right, government is not involved. The regulator is only the regulator that is involved in the sector, and the regulator just sets policy and leaves market forces to prevail. But in Gambia, you have a Gambian-owned enterprise, both in GSM and in internet service providers that are heavily participating in the sector, and taxes are very skewed towards ICT.
I think that's what Sid said is very, very important. I hope the GCCPC is really going to look into these issues when engaging Pura. I wanted to ask a question with regard to Spectrum, but I'll open the floor for people to ask, because Babkar has another panel to attend from here. So can we have the mic around? I can see a lot of hands. I can see a lot of, yeah, you can, yes, ladies first, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ndai Job, and this question goes to Mr. CD. As an ISP provider since 2016, you talked about affordability, but how do you approach data privacy and security for users, and what measures do you take to protect personal information and online activities for your users? Thank you.
That's a good question. And I think that it's really two parts, right?
Yeah.
So the first part is the privacy of our users, right? And then I think the second part is how do we protect people online? Now, I think the easier question, believe it or not, is probably the privacy. And I think for that, it's actually a culture, right? The company has to have a culture of putting the customer first and protecting that customer first. So, I mean, at INET, we do a lot of things from firewalling to also training and sensitizing staff on how they use user data and making sure that when they leave the office, they leave the data behind. Recently, we deployed systems that help us to record conversations between our customers and the company, to be able to make sure that we are providing the best service possible, but also that there are no breaches in terms of communication, in terms of information, meaning that you don't call and I give you information about somebody else. So all our customer care lines now are actually being recorded and monitored to make sure that we are providing quality. But also in terms of data, we are very careful in terms of protecting and firewalling that data and making sure that you only use it in a controlled environment. So staff are also only given access to enough information based on what they do to do their job, and that's it. So a lot of times we try to do that, but it's always an ongoing process in terms of communicating and helping also staff understand the importance. In Gambia, we often have a very bad culture, which is the Baikosibir culture, very nonchalant attitude towards a lot of things. And we don't always understand the impact. And when somebody does have a problem, the attitude is like, so we still have that culture where people need to understand and appreciate, right, in their workplace, the importance. Just because happened to hamnit doesn't mean that you shouldn't protect their information. And because hamna somebody and you are in a workplace where you happen to have access to information, you cannot go and talk to another friend. Internet. Those are attitudinal and maturity issues, right? On a constant basis, you are having to manage and deal with. Now, moving to protecting customers, this is complicated, and there's really two types of protection. I think on an earlier panel mentioned, there's one protection which is making sure that my child doesn't access content that they're not supposed to, right? And there, I agree with the earlier panelists that you, the parent, has to take a responsibility. Like, for example, last year, I got my son a phone. Actually, his uncles got him a phone, but I was against it. But when they got it, I had to do something. So Apple allows me to link his phone to mine. I can control what apps he can use, what he can access. He complains every day and he comes and tries to bribe me to open up more content for him. But I'm like, look, this is the age restriction, this is the age restriction. Recently at his school, there was an incident with iPhones and the school with WhatsApp, and the school banned, but he didn't have WhatsApp on his phone, right? The mom came to me and said, well, why not? I said, look, with WhatsApp, I can't control what he will get access to, right? And I don't think that he's mature enough for me to allow that. And to be honest, frankly, from my view, I don't think that any child under 14 should have access to WhatsApp for any reason, right? No matter the justification, right? The parent can say, I just want my child to be able to communicate. It's irresponsible, because the likelihood that they will get access to information that they shouldn't is high, and you will have no control. So that's one aspect, which is that participation of the parent to ensure that the child doesn't get access to bad content. But there's another aspect to protection, which is where the operator can step in, which is being able to protect, right, your communication to the internet and make sure that there is no middleman between the two. Meaning that you try to access BBC website or your banking website, somebody presents you with a fake banking website, and then you access that instead of the actual website you're supposed to access. Or somebody using your IP address to masquerade as you in order to do something online. These are, in some of those areas, the systems of the operator can help to ensure. And there are basic things that can be done. Like, for example, yesterday I was at a meeting at the ministry, and I said that not every operator in Gambia actually has a locally registered public IP pool, right? That should not be the case. If you are a licensed operator in Gambia, you should not be using IP addresses of another country in Senegal, right? Or in Mauritius. You should be using a locally registered IP address in the Gambia. That way, if there is a fraud case, right, which the operator has nothing, but then the police comes and says, this IP was involved in a fraud, I should be in a position to say, this customer would use IPB at this time, and majority information so that the case can be taken. But in the event that I can't provide that basic information, I'm not doing you a service, right? Which is that to fulfill my obligation to make sure that you are protected online. But then now, sort of, there's another dimension, which is that, and this is where really, and I think just now speaking to what was said earlier, we need to put in the earlier panel is that we need to have a lively discussion about content and access to content, and making sure that we are protecting our youth against misinformation. We are protecting our youth against crime, but more importantly, we have to accept the most dangerous one is abuse, right? We are in a poor country, and as a consequence, a lot of people, because are skimming the poverty line, the possibility of abuse, the possibility that someone will take advantage of somebody else because of poverty is very high. And we owe it to ourselves and to protecting our communities to be able to have very serious conversations about this. Who is entering our country? What are they doing in our country? Do they have access to our youth? Do they have access to our kids? Where do they have access to our kids? They might not be knocking on our doors in the schools and talking to children, right? But they very well could be doing it in online forums, right? Who is policing these forums? Does our police have the capacity to be able to actually investigate online what happened, right? And being able to catch perpetrators, right? Because I can abuse you not by physical contact, but through the internet. I can take advantage of you through the internet, right? And these are happening on a daily basis, right? And you see them, but you actually find that because the police, because government, because civil society, because we as a society don't fully understand the possibilities, we turn the blind eye. And oftentimes it is the victim that will be blamed for being stupid or being ignorant, right? But this is a problem. We need to take those things seriously, but that cannot be done by operators. That has to be done through having debates like this, but also being able to understand the problems, breaking the problems down into the different aspects. Who can solve what, and really tackling them. And some of these also have to be laws and training that has to be done. Hope that helps answer your question.
Let me the other part, which is the privacy issue. Right to privacy is a consumer right. If you give them your data or they collect data from you, and an enterprise or an ISP is found wanting linking that data or information, you can lodge a complaint with the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. It is your right. It needs to be protected. If it is not protected, the government has established a whole office to make sure that your rights are protected. So if you face any of it, it could be your banking details, it could be your health, it could be with ISP, as he rightly said. I mean, Gambia, and I'm happy that this office, this room is full of young people. When we chat, we want to show people that we know. And I'll be like, I work at a bank. I've seen Mr. Bensouda's bank account. He is this rich. You are intruding into his privacy, and he is protected by the Consumer Protection Act. If any of you is faced with it, just come to the commission. We will address it as required. Thank you.
Next question. Yes, let's have the gentleman there.
Yeah, good afternoon, the panelists, Mr. Bensouda and Mr. Cisse. I'm really happy to have two of you on board. Well, my question will go to Mr. Bensouda with regard to the NBN project of the GAMTEL. I don't know whether you people, the ISP, have ever tried negotiating with GAMTEL or with the central government to kind of retail business the NBN project. As you said, if GAMTEL want to be in the business, competing with you, and at the same time being a government entity, how much productive is GAMTEL? You mentioned it in your talk that, for example, you have had clients that leave the GAMTEL fiber joining you, for example. And I have seen it in other areas also, not your company, but joining another ISP provider from a GAMTEL fiber. I myself have seen that. So what is that telling me is that, how much efficient is the GAMTEL fiber? If that is happening, people leaving, customers leaving the GAMTEL fiber, joining another competition, which one is not even a fiber, and they feel more satisfied with that, then when is GAMTEL going to generate the loan they took in order to pay it back? This is really alarming when when I have seen it, as you said, I have seen it, and then you also mentioned it happened. So it's going to be a problem. So, my interest here is the ISP providers really engage the government or GAMTEL to retail business the NBN, which is a nationwide fiber layout, in order to improve or to generate the income that is being taken from a loan. Thank you.
Essentially, access.
So the short answer is yes. On multiple occasions, it's come up where when the restriction was placed that we could not roll out fiber, proposals were said, look, allow us to wholesale that to us and we operate it.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, you put now GAMTEL in a rock and a hard place, because obviously GAMTEL still wants to participate in the retail sector, right? But ultimately as well is that there's a cost to capital. There's a cost to investment. The fundamental problem with the NBN, as I see, is that it is not worth the amount of money paid. That is the fact. And one way or the other, right, because the loan was taken by the Gambia government on behalf of the taxpayer, we have to pay for it. But the simple reality is, I don't think that it is possible to get a return on investment on that infrastructure. From what I've seen, I don't see how, right? So ultimately, in other words, what's going to happen is at some point, that infrastructure is going to fall apart because it's old, right? And then we forget about it. Just like every other government project in the sector, in any sector. And that is why he said government has no business in private domain. And that is the fundamental problem. And I think ultimately as Gambians, we need to have those conversations. You see, when during independence, it was a different time. It was a small population, it was relatively uneducated, right? And government felt that it had to create industry. So it invested in, it took over NAWEC it took over Gamtel, etc., etc. But these were private sector companies owned by Gamtel, and the idea was to eventually privatize them. And before in 1994, before the coup, privatization has started. NAWEC, at the time GUC, was already privatized, right? Gamtel was on its way to being privatized. So were all the other government parastatals. What happened is that when Yahya Jammeh came back, he reversed that. And in fact, he went to court, and the people that bought NAWEC, now NAWEC, won a huge settlement that was paid through the ECOWAS courts for Gambia because he illegally took it from them. But obviously, a lot of you would be young by then to remember. But these were real problems. But the idea was for government to exit because fundamentally, government cannot do it. It's not possible because, and consistently, not only look at studies, look at anywhere in the world. That is why capitalism is so much more efficient than communism. Even the Chinese have abandoned capitalism, the formal communism, and are moving to a form of socialism that is more balanced, right? Even Russia has, the inventors of communism have moved away from it. It doesn't work. It's not sustainable, right? So we find ourselves in this same kind of predicament. We need to let go. Government has to exit. We need to cut our, if you ask me, my opinion, you cut your losses with NBN. It is 10 years old anyway. It is almost near expiring. And you move out, but move away with a new thinking, which is that government exit and allows private sector. If you allow private sector participation in the NBN now, you might be able to recover some of the losses, but the clock is ticking, right? If you don't do it, eventually it rots and we forget about it, right? Because technology moves on, right? Exactly. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Another point you said, sorry, you mentioned was that, for example, the ECO one, you guys don't have like any contract signed with Gambia in case, let's say, fall down or fiber. So that Gamtel have to go and repair the fiber. You don't have any written contract with them that if this thing happen, I believe you are paying them for that service for the ECO one. So there should be a contract whereby the number of hours you lose, you know, that breakdown, they either pay you back or they compensate in another way.
I agree. But again, now, therein always lies the problem, right? Because if you go to the regulator and press, they will say, we've advised government, right? And they're right. They are getting their budget from government. So in other words, the fundamental problem here is that you have a conflict of interest, right? You know, and the consumer protector, Bahuga just mentioned it. He said, we advise government, right? But at the heart of the matter is that there is a conflict of interest. And it's very complicated. On the one hand, you own enterprise, right, that are inefficient, right, that you are not willing to let go, right? On the other hand, you are putting pressure, taxing also on that same industry in order to maintain the government apparatus. So it's a multifaceted conflict of interest. But unless we are able to have this conversation and break it away, and we are now finding that it's impacting us, because in 1980 something, the reason that led to the privatization project by World Bank was the same thing that is happening now. We woke up one day and all the government parastatals failed one by one. Utility failed, Gamtel failed, they all failed. World Bank stepped in, they came to Gambia, they flew in on a mission, and they said, by force, we must privatize everything. And then they put in place a privatization program. It was painful, people started shouting, but it had to be done, right? And like our late former vice president used to say, right? May God rest his soul. You cannot make omelette and you don't break egg.
Thank you, Siri. We're going to take one question because we have a lot of questions, but we're going to take one because CD and Babugar have other panels that they need to be in. So I'm going to Joseph. Yes, give it to the guy with the blue long sleeve. Joseph.
Okay, my question is for how to call him, Babukar. My question is in regards to prices. You mentioned about that you don't want to interfere in terms of dictating what prices this service provider will offer. But I think you should not sit and say that you're not going to dictate. You should do something about it, because your mandate is to protect consumers. And you protect consumers means that you need to ensure that whatever prices is being given to the consumer is prices that are justifiable. So that being the case, like you were talking of, that there's no study being done to look at the cost, the cost that this service provider will need to incur for them to provide these services. So you're saying that there's no study being done. I think since your mandate is to protect consumers, and this is in the interest of the consumers, I think you should come up with initiative that will allow you to study this cost and this cost, and then you look at them, compare them against the prices, just to ensure that the prices are justifiable. And I mean, if the prices are not justifiable, then I think you should then take action. Because if you say that you allow competition to dictate the price, so some of these site providers can be talking to each other. And even without talking to each other, they can even observe each other. Because we know that you're this other committees offering this price, you say, oh, and I'll also maintain my price. Because you also don't want to lose. Then you also maintain your price, and each and every one of them will maintain their price, unless one of them maybe for one reason or other decided maybe let me lower my price for one reason or other, which wouldn't hardly happen. Yeah. So I think in short, what I'm trying to say is that you should not just sit and say that you allow the competition to dictate the price, but rather, since your mandate is to protect consumers, you should come up with initiative that will enable you to study the prices and ensure that what prices being given to the customers are justifiable. And if they are not justifiable, then you should take legal actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think good question. I'm sorry for what I don't know whether you've been around for all the time I spoke about this. I've answered exactly what you've said out of question during my deliberation. Firstly, I said, I do not know. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I said, I do not know of any study, because throughout my research, I've not seen there could be one. Two, my answer is exactly your question now. What I said was, for competition, we need to know factors driving these prices. That is why we are on the verge of commissioning a study to understand factors driving these prices. Because these prices could be driven by cost, but it could also be driven by anti-competitive behavior. Anti-competitive behavior could be just as you've said, and I think I said this here earlier, where they come together to agree on a price. If we find out that, I'll be very happy, because you know why? The commission will be richer. As per the Competition Act, if enterprises are found to be colluding to fix prices, we can charge them 10% of their turnover. You understand? Not profit. 10% of their turnover for 3 years of the crime being committed. So we are not saying we just allow the market to go on its own. That is irresponsibility. But as a competition authority, what we do is we look at the cost. If the cost is artificially, the price you are paying for is artificially induced, then there are laws within the Competition Act that we can use to correct it. This is what I've said earlier on. And for this study, obviously, I've said that the study is one thing we want to commission. But to say that we control prices, what we're saying is calling for control prices is answering only one question. That is, the current price we are paying is unfair and is as a result of greed by the private or by the service provider. I cannot answer that question for now, unless we conduct the study or we conduct the investigation. If the conduct is artificially induced, we use our laws. We have enough provisions in the laws to take care of that. But if it is cost-driven, in fact, CDU said we advise government. But when we do the cost analysis or we study a sector, if we feel that the cost is as a result of government action, we advise as such. Let me give you one example. The cement market. We've seen cement prices going up and down. For last year, the cement prices have been low for a very long time. This year, even though it went up, it has started going down. When we conducted our assessment in 2016, we did in 2018 and 2019, we found out that
the cost of the increment was as a result of government policy, not private greed, because it is government that passed a policy to say imported cement from Senegal, for imported bag cement should not be allowed in this country. And you allow only 3 players, that is Gassem, Salam, and which is Tiger, to operate in the market. When they cannot supply the whole market, they don't have the facility to supply my community in Essel. What do you expect? And there's transportation cost from Combo going to Essel. And we all know how the ferry is. If there is a ferry breakdown, they will not have cement. When we advise, we went after government to say, stop it. In 2018, almost end of 2018, when we had the policy coming back, we advised to say, we heard you are about to pass this policy, but please take note, if you pass the policy, by then I think the price of cement was 235. We told them, if you pass the policy, the price of cement will be nothing, less than 300 in this country. They passed under 1-2 months, the price reached at 300. They call us to say, yes, we read your advice and you said it will reach this. What do we do? I said, simple. I said, don't do, you do, undo. So that intervention has been there for the commission. That is why we need to understand the actual cost. During the COVID, we saw government saying we waive taxes. And do you understand? When we did our assessment, we realized that the price we are paying is the actual price we should pay for. I think for some of you who are watching TV, saw me on TV, even though it was very unpopular, but I told people the private sector is right. The price you are paying for is the actual price you are paying for. So the advice is government, we are charging them this much tax. Let's reduce it for the sake of COVID. We allow the consumers to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Babukar. Let's give chance to the students to ask.
I have less than 5 minutes. Sorry.
Good afternoon to you all. My question goes to you, Mr. Bensouda. As an ISP provider in the country, what are the elements that constitute universal and meaningful internet access?
It's simple, your ability to use it to maintain your lifestyle, right? That's the ultimate answer, right? By that, what I mean is that you need internet for multiple things. You need it to entertain, you need it to work, you need it to play, you need it to learn, right? And can we provide you an internet connectivity that allows you to be able to do that, right? If you're able to do that, then problem solved. And I think that's ultimately, at least for INET, that has been our focus and our mission, is can we provide you internet that allows you to maintain your lifestyle and to live the life that you want to live.
Thank you very much, CD, for that question. Please, let's put our hands together for our wonderful panelists, please. CD, thank you very much for coming, and Babukar, thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we can now have our lunch break. And after the lunch break, we are coming back in here to start working on the communique. Thank you very much.
Yes. Oh, thank you. For those of you who are around, since we said, it's access to information. The commission runs a website that is updated periodically, constantly. It's www.gcc.gm. Please go there. But if you have any issue that you want clarification on, just walk to the commission. Our doors are open.